Hello and welcome to episode 10, part 1 of our warrior journey. We find ourselves here in Tessalus. And we've got some quests to hand in, some quests to continue with. We're getting on towards level 40, and that will be really wonderful to see. We'll be able to test out Mortal Strikes, how that feels, and we'll also be able to probably buy dual spec over a mount. I know that saving up for the mount first will be more efficient, but for what we've been looking at here, we'll have the right amount of gold for dual spec, and I want to take a deeper look into arms versus fury leveling, and I feel in order to do that it would make the most sense to actually have both so that we can switch between them and properly see the difference. I do also plan on making an actual focused video regarding that, which is something I've not really had an inclination to do yet. In regard to other things anyway, but the talk around how arms is better for leveling in pretty much all sources, everyone I've spoken to, and it doesn't make any sense to me mathematically, really. But from the data that I've seen, from how the character has performed, everything, as far as I can tell, points towards Fury being far better than arms for leveling. And I really want to draw attention to that. And so I think it deserves like a dedicated video on the subject. So we'll check if this caravan's here. Is great. Not. No. Oh, it is. Can't remember if it'll have got here really super recently. We're leaving super soon. But let's go ahead and have a look. We want our Dragon's Breath chili. Didn't really want to be spending this much on recipes, but they're here. We know some of them. We've still got a level, over a level and a half. Yeah, like a level and 2/3 in order to improve things and learn more. There we go. Okay. It was the Dragon's Breath chili I mostly wanted. I don't know if we'll make our money back on the other things, but for example, Mystery Stew, the meat sells for 87. Ooh. Bourbon Stout's expensive, isn't it? I don't know if that'll be worth it. But certainly some of the other things could actually make some money back a little bit. Yes, want to steal some meat from there. We may as well go north here though, over the safe path. Avoid Manor Coven. We do have a quest in here to do the portals, but it is a lot higher level. And I'd rather do other quests first than do an equivalent level quest. No. No. Yeah. Don't give out erroneous information with a super fast answer. At least a lot of other people have chimed in with the correct information. Okay, so there should be bones to collect, which we can hand in when we go back around to the north. Speaking about food, I actually have some more. So we could be keeping our eye out for more grave moss while we use these bones. Okay, get a spawn then. Now do those come all the way to the... I think we're alright. Yep. There is grave moss there. First. Right. Go this way, away from the carrion. grave moss down there, but there's multiple skulls in a free zone over here. We only need 4 more. Yep, grave moss. Must have missed. Must have missed it. One more bone. Hmm. Excellent.
Blood and thunder. Dabu. Thrall, what do you mean?
Hello. Our time will come. Remember, patience.
There we go. That's the bit that we needed. The Oracle Crystal.
Samsung. Go with honor.
There. And it in Orgrimmar. We need to go down here, get the crudely dried meat for the Gelkis. We also need 15 centaur ears. So I would say that's our next stop. Quest level 31. Or at least one of them is. I mean, yeah, it's slightly fair. I would, however, say that going from skill, what, 10 to 70 requires you to use 60 strange dust to enchant the same enchant over and over again on one item. Pretty much. I mean, you get some skill up obviously from disenchanting, but there's a fair amount of spam casting on the same thing. It's nice to offer, but equally, it's only 5 hit points. And at that lower level, if you're surviving just on 5 hit points, then you're probably doing something wrong. Yeah, I mean, the enchantments only really become majorly beneficial when you can properly stack them. And it's like it's their combination that becomes super effective and helpful. Yeah, I spoke a little bit about that at the beginning of today's stream. I think I've decided to do like a proper video talking about it, because I've looked again and again and again at the talents, and I've looked at the combat data, and the only conclusion that I feel that I can come to is that arms is only good. It's like, well, people think it's good only because of the weapons that are two-handed weapons. Not because arms is actually good. And even then, I think Two-Handed Fury would likely be better than Arms anyway. S- uh, certainly until you get Mortal Strike. Possibly until you get Sweeping Strikes. And again, I would also add the caveat to that, in that that's still only the case essentially until you get Whirlwind Axe. Like, Whirlwind Axe is what makes Sweeping Strikes good. Yeah, I would agree with that. Sweeping Strikes, Whirlwind, and Cleave do synergize really well. They do allow you to pull groups of enemies and AoE them down. But Whirlwind, I think this was purchasable at level 36. And a lot of the leveling guides talk about the journey level 1 to 30 and how Arms is so great for the level 1 to 30. Hmm. This Whirlwind Axe Warrior, yeah. Um, and if you're talking about a skill that you're getting at level 36, well, that's not 1 to 30. You know, you don't get Sweeping Strikes until level 30, so that's not 1 to 30 either. That's what you get once you've reached that level. I mean, I personally think, like, the combat data that I've seen just suggests that dual wield is better. How many how many how many combats have I got here? Quite a lot. So oh, I want overall data, don't I? Oh, is it? There's a dungeon in there possibly as well. But if you look at the damage stats, essentially 85% of my damage is me auto-attacking. Deep wounds across all of that time is nothing. It's 2.4% with 34% uptime. So even if it had 100% uptime, you're only multiplying the damage percentage by 3, which would take it to what, 7% roughly. How much of a duration of a fight it's active for. So if Deep Wounds was active from the very start of a fight to the very end of a fight, it would have 100% uptime. And let me just do a data reset. Hey, Sipu Self, how are you? I'm just discussing arms and how it seems to be terrible. So, yeah, there's a couple of bags here. So take fighting this marauder. We'll have a look at the combat stats at the end. Lost multiple characters or what, Soph? Yikes. That's quite a lot. And were they awkward situations? Did you learn from them at least? Oh, nice. Well, congrats on affiliate. I feel like I'm quite a long way from affiliate still. Well, as long as it's something you can learn from, like that's... It's not a good death, but like it's... You know, it's a something, a learning experience. Okay, so that's not a big sample size for the for the combat data. So that's fighting 3 mobs, so we've got a little bit of an average. Deep Wounds has been up almost half the time and has done like super low level. I mean, to be fair, this is the dual wield version of arms, so I wouldn't expect the Deep Wounds dot to be a high percentage. And Overpower has crit 50% of the time, which is what you'd expect it to, and has accounted for 10% of damage. Well, but overwhelmingly, it's still auto attacks. And for the next mobs, I'm going to swap to the two-hander. Yeah, my talents are deep arms. And people keep telling me arms is fantastic for leveling. But having looked into it, I really don't think it is. I think actually two-handed fury would be better than going arms. Arms just doesn't seem to do anything, really. And I want to make I'm going to make a video on it, talking about it, because I listened to, before I started playing the warrior, I listened to like some leveling advice videos, like short 10-minute ones from long-time warrior players, and they all sort of come to the same conclusion. They say arms is fantastic, like 1 to 30, it's amazing. And I think I disagree with them, honestly. From what I've seen, from what procs, it just doesn't. It doesn't feel good. Like I know you can do some fun stuff with tactical mastery in dungeons, as DPS while you're leveling. Like you can charge in pop sweeping strikes, pop whirlwind, and that requires stance switching, and then you'll burst off doing huge damage. But largely that seems to be with one major caveat in that that's great if you have Whirlwind Axe at level 30. But really, at that point, it's the weapon being good. It's not the talent tree being good. Yeah, so ice, that was with the dual wielding weapons, and the main hand weapon that I've got is a very fast attacking weapon. So it's got good damage over time. It doesn't have good like base damage, like a damage range. So for the amount of deep wounds damage it's got won't actually be all that high. But I'll do a few combats with the two-hander, and you should be able to see the difference anyway. Yeah. Deep wound scales with base weapon damage. Did I reset? Don't think I did actually. So that's the data with. So it did more of a percentage, but we got no crit. So we got no overpower because we're using the two-hander, and the overpower doesn't proc very often. So our overall melee damage actually increased from 85% to 95%. I'm just going to reset the data so I can put it on overall. It'll be a better representation when I get a charge off for the initial extra rage. I'll fight three things so that we have a bit more of an average. But still no overpower proc. And I'll talk a little bit about how seemingly, essentially, um, just want to avoid this pack of three. And we'll finish the third combat and we'll have a look at the combat data. Well, we finally saw a dodge there, but there wasn't actually time to use the overpower because it died on the final hit. But we've got it. We've got 3 combats on overall data now, and during those 3 combats, we saw 1 overpower proc right at the end. But generally, for the two-handed weapon, overpower just doesn't proc because mobs don't dodge often enough. So those talents like feel worthless essentially, and all of our damage is coming from auto attacks essentially. We've got one. We've got a deep wounds proc. That just one, and that was that near the end. So we only got like 3 ticks of it. And that's over 3 combats. Yeah, exactly. But because it's a slower weapon, like the whole point of your talents is made worse. You have fewer attacks, so there are fewer chances for your opponent to dodge. So you get fewer overpowers, and so because your overpower isn't happening, it can't crit and proc deep wounds. It's not until you've hit it's not until you've hit two-handed weapon specialization that you actually really see any damage increase at all. And then that's 5 talent points for 5% damage. And then 5 crit for 5 talent points afterwards. Like that's it. I've got overpower talented. I've got deep wounds talented. But they're not doing anything because they don't proc. Deep wounds, like when it procs like early in the combat, it's kind of good because you've got a big damage slow weapon, and so it will contribute a lot. But if you don't get a crit, it doesn't proc, and you get crits in 2 ways: either from an attack, which if you've got a slow weapon, you have fewer attacks and so fewer chances to crit and proc it, or through an overpower. But if you've got a slow weapon, there's less of, you're making fewer attacks, so there's less of a chance something dodges. And if while you're leveling, which is what we're talking about here as a leveling build, you're fighting green mobs. And if you're fighting green mobs, their chance to dodge is reduced versus you. The whole point and whole focus of the arms tree being actually good doesn't happen until 40 when you get Mortal Strike. And at that point, like this becomes your go-to ability. And the fact that you can do an instant attack with that two-handed weapon, that's what makes arms good. But that's level 40. So why are people talking about the 1 to 30 being good? Like this takes you to level 15, right? You've got 2 points in deflection, so extra 2% parry, and improved rend. And at super low levels, rend seems good. Well, so maybe you can fill in something then, Super Self, because as far as I'm concerned, Tactical Mastery has done largely nothing for me. I've tanked every dungeon that I've done, and that's gone smoothly. And I've barely needed to change stances for that. And leveling in the open world, all I've really done is stay in battle stance. I don't want to be in defensive stance. And you don't get Berserker stance until level 30 anyway. So when you're talking about leveling 1 to 30, a Berserker stance isn't even an option. You're just in battle stance, spamming Sunder, because that's the most efficient thing to do. You charge in, pop your Blood Rage, spam Sunders, and then the thing dies. There's no switching stances, and people say anger management is good. It's the rage maintenance that is super amazing. Well, if I was playing warrior properly and chain pulling, I wouldn't be standing here fighting this until it's dead and then running to the next thing. I would be kiting it into the next mob so that I never even left combat. And if I don't leave combat, my rage never ticks down anyway. So with proper play, anger management is irrelevant. It's 6 talent points for an irrelevant skill that you can effectively achieve by playing properly. The only time I think it's ever vaguely looked useful is if I'm tanking a dungeon and people want to wait for the healer to drink between pulls, and then it might mean that I have a tiny bit of rage left at the end. But nothing particularly meaningful. And some of that wait time can be achieved by popping Blood Rage to get put into combat for 10 seconds. So when you're talking 1 to 30, like this takes you to 15, 20, 25, 30, right? So at level 30, you've got your 5% weapon damage, but you've had to wait until level 25 to start putting points into that. You've got improved overpower, which procs off an ability that doesn't trigger very often because you're using a slow weapon. You've got tactical mastery and anger management, which if you're playing properly and chain pulling, you don't need, because you're either in combat or you're not in combat and you're eating or drinking, or bandaging rather. Deep Wounds primarily procs off like overpower crits because you're using a slow weapon. So its uptime and damage is terrible. The extra rage from improved charge, like that feels good. But I still don't think it's significant enough. And improved rend is good, like super low level. But one thing that all of the guides tell you is stop using rend because it falls off really hard really early. So that's 3 talent points that just aren't used. So you're telling me essentially that all the way up to level 25, these are kind of worthless. That's good early, but then you stop using it around level 20-ish. Deep Wounds and Overpower just kind of don't do anything. And you've got 2% parry. And what do you get at level 25? 1% damage increase. How is that good? And what I would say is sort of the proof of that, really, is your combat time, your DPS. My average DPS here is 66. We do another combat. How long does this combat take to? I had an overpower proc there, so that's sped it up slightly. So 20 seconds. So Fury, 5 points you'd go with Cruelty, because that, although that essentially saves you rage, the booming voice. So like it saves you rage over time. It's like 5 rage a minute that it saves you. So like it's not terrible, but the crit chance with fast weapons is better if you're dual wielding. I've been told that Unbridled Wrath is kind of bad early on, and Demoralizing Shout is better. And certainly, given that I tank dungeons and want to use Demoralizing Shout for threat generation, I would go Demoralizing Shout. I think it would be better. Like, things are hitting me anyway, either leveling in the open world or in dungeons, so I'm getting rage from that. So that's 15. Yeah. Well, level 14, level 19, and then to 24, I'd go Blood Craze, because you're being hit. This would actively increase your uptime. It would enable you to remain in combat for longer periods. You've then got the option of Piercing Howl, to make dungeons more helpful, or to save yourself out in the open world, which adds some safety. And then 1 point in Improved Battle Shout, because it kind of can't really go anywhere else. So that's 14, 19, 24, 29. I think you just go in Rage. Things are hitting you anyway. 25% increased damage after crits is massive. I mean, it's got the requirement that something hits you and crits you. But, I mean, that's kind of on a par with some of the arms talents anyway. And this is a prerequisite to getting Flurry later. And then probably after Enrage, I think you go dual with Specialization and increase your offhand damage. But was this? They sit down. Nice. Does that actually improve the chance that you get critical hit, or is that just some sort of meme? Okay, I mean that does sound as though it could actively be beneficial. Taking 1 critical hit to get your 25% increased damage sounds like a reasonable trade. And it would proc your Bloodthirst as well, or your Blood Craze, I mean. Yeah, so across all of these, how many combats? 1, 2, 3, 9 combats? Is it now 9 or 10? 9. 9 combats. That's the overall what you're looking at. You know, for almost 90% of what you're doing, it's auto attacks. Overpower, and this is actually really favourable for overpower, has crit 100% of the time, which has increased its damage percentage in these stats. That would actually go down over time because its crit chance is not 100%, and then that will also have inflated deep wounds damage because the crit from the overpower will have procced deep wounds. It doesn't, does it? And the worst part is, I feel, is what happens when I do the same, like looking at combat with dual wielding. Let's just see how that changed the stats. Not much. 3 hits, 1 crit. Sorry, 2 crits. But it's all on a par. But if I go dual wield, and the big point here is this is a blue level 29 weapon. That's blue level 29. That's blue level 31. These 3 weapons are about as close in level as you can get for blues for a combat comparison. But even with all of the misses and the parries and everything, despite all of that, oh, I didn't quite see the combat duration there. That's annoying. Did you see how long the combat took? The final number disappeared before I could see. I wish it would just keep like the timer there, so that you could see what the duration was. 19, 20, yeah. So the length of time that the combat takes to complete is the same, or it's on par. Like the average combat time seems to be very similar. I missed that one as well. So my main point is that arms is meant to be this like two-handed spec, right? And yet that was 20. The kill times are about the same. That was 20. It barely ticked into, well, like it keeps ticking because something's keeping me in combat. And that combat, I actually forgot to put up Battle Shout as well. So it should have been faster. Yeah. It disappears so fast. Like sometimes it'll tick on for a few seconds because something's keeping me in combat. Yeah. This is being an exceptionally stubborn combat, I must say. There were lots of parries in there and stuff. Misses. Yeah. How many segments have we got there? If we fight 2 more, that'll give us 10. I mean, I say sometimes RNG absolutely hates you. Like that was mega fast though. "14 seconds. And the damage distribution between melee overpower and deep wounds, like it's about the same. The kill times are either similar or the dual wield kills things faster. Now, if dual wield is killing things faster while I'm spec'd as arms, you can't tell me that dual wield is worse, because if I was spec'd into Fury, the dual wield would be doing even better than it is now. Because the Fury talents would support and enhance dual wielding more, right? That's their purpose. So I don't doubt that once you hit level 40 and get your Mortal Strike, that the arms is going to feel really good with a two-hander, and it's going to feel a lot better with a two-hander than with dual wield. But we're not talking about we're not talking about level 40. We're talking about the 1 to 30. And I can't help but think that people are coming to this conclusion essentially based on Whirlwind Axe being a thing. Because they get it at level 30, and then they say, oh, arms is fantastic. Well, I think what they mean is Whirlwind Axe is fantastic. But you're not talking about arms as a talent tree at that point. You're not comparing it with level equivalent weapons. You're comparing it with a weapon that you've managed to get at level 30, and Corpse Maker's level 29. Like this is an appropriate comparison with these because they're around the same level. Whirlwind Axe is a quest thing that is more aimed at level 40 plus, and getting it 10 levels early and comparing it with everything else, it just skews what you're talking about. At that point, you're not talking about whether arms is better than fury, whether two-hander is better than dual wield. You're saying Whirlwind Axe is just good. Well, I mean, everyone knows Whirlwind Axe is just good. That's why they twink rush it at level 30, right? That's why you see guild chat spammed with, can anyone help me with Cyclonian? Can anyone help me grind the tusks from the trolls? Can I buy some of the charms from the auction house? That's why that all happens. And like the Whirlwind Axe is a massively twink weapon. Okay, I've tried to fight some of the elementals around the stones in Arathi. I'm not doing that. Ooh, level 60 mage death. BRD. But the whole point of what we're talking about is arms leveling. I mean, I would argue not even 1 to 30, but like 1 to 40, because like sweeping strikes is all right. It feels okay. But I think a big part of why people say sweeping strikes is amazing is, once again, Whirlwind Axe. Because you get it at level 30, you get sweeping strikes at level 30, you do so much damage, and things die so fast that you can pull two things and kill them really quickly and not really notice the increased like incoming damage. But again, that's on the weapon. That's if I did the same thing with Corpse Maker, it doesn't feel good because the damage isn't that high. And I'd really like to see people not confusing the questions or the statements of, is arms good? Is fury better? Well, weapons aside, I think arms is just straight up worse. I honestly think that two-handed fury is better. You get your crit at level 1, or as your first talent points, instead of having to wait all the way past level 30 to get your 5% axe crit. You've got it straight away, and it's not just with axes, it's with anything. You've got better survivability if you're tanking dungeons, or or open world leveling. You've got increased uptime. That's something that arms doesn't provide you. it provides 2% parry. Okay. Fury provides you the piercing how to escape dangerous situations as well. Like that's not something to be ignored. And then you get a massive, massive damage increase. And if you're two-hand Fury, you don't even have to go dual wield. You can get the extra points in improved battle shout, or you know, any of the other things that you might think would be good. Like improved slam is better for two-handers, and you get improved slam long before you'd get mortal strike. And like, I know that's got pushback, but if you're taking the improved slam down to a second, that's still an extra two-hand strike with a much, much faster weapon speed, right? So doesn't Fury kind of do... I mean, you don't get sweeping strikes, but when you're open world leveling, you're generally not pulling two things at once anyway. You're just chain pulling mob after mob after mob, right? So that your damage overwhelms it and it dies before you take too much in return. And you would essentially get, what's that? 15, 20. What's that? Level 35? No, 35 talent points. No, hang on. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, so you'd have that by 34 instead of having to wait till 40. And then you'd have Flurry on top of it. And more survivability with Bloodthirst. I mean, so I haven't played Warrior that much. I don't know what the two-handed damage comparison is between Mortal Strike and Bloodthirst. I really don't know that. But again, we're not talking about level 40 plus. We're talking about 1 through 39 essentially, and the leveling journey to get there, and what's better. And to me, it seems like all of the Fury talents like do something and provide you with a benefit, whereas all of the arms talents, like when I was running around sundering and killing the centaur, what was this doing? Nothing. Like I was getting extra rage from improved charge. I'm not using rend. And that's another thing I want to test actually. I want to see if rend is actually good, because I've taken it on faith that rend is bad and I don't want to use it. But what I have to ask is this yet another comparison with Whirlwind Axe? Because with Whirlwind Axe, things are dying so fast that rend is not good. But like rend does damage over 18 seconds, and these combats are lasting around 18 seconds. So if I applied rend right at the start of combat, it would tick its full duration. And I don't even think it says 89 damage, but I don't think I've trained the next one up. Actually, have I? I might have done. Yeah. When's the next level of Rend? 50? That's rank 6. That can't be right. What Rend have I got for that? Where's rank 5? Oh, level 40. Okay. So you calculate based on the weapons and stats that Bloodthirst would do about 75% damage of Mortal Strike. Yeah. Yeah, that's I would expect them to be somewhat comparable because they're the level 40 talents. And I would expect Mortal Strike to encourage the use of two-handed weapons. But so like all of this just feels kind of nuts, you know? That you've got long-time warrior players saying how good arms is. And I mean, as far as I can tell, like my leveling journey has been made good by the Cauldron Stirrer, which is a staff early high damage thing. And that's good because it's a level 15 quest that you can do at level 10, so you're getting an insane damage boost. The Wailing Cavern Staff, which again is a quest reward, so you can get it, and when you get it, it's another insane damage boost. Yeah, well, late game, like the main tanking spec is Fury Prot, and they do that because the damage is really, really good. You dual wield and you tank dungeons dual wielding.
Strength and honor. Strength. Loktar. Blood and thunder.
So, like late game, like Fury is seen as the better spec. But what I'm seeing really is that certainly 1 to 39, I would say Fury is also the better leveling spec.
What brings you here? Go in peace.
I mean, as I said, the talents just seem to do something, you know? Whereas the arms ones, they just don't. Like that's the only way I can describe it. Is it feels as though they don't do anything. Yeah, I mean 40 plus at least is something that I can test. Because like around level 40, I'll be able to complete like the Whirlwind Axe quest chain. So I will have the axe that everybody shouts about. And failing that, I'll always be able to run Scarlet Monastery and tank that to get the axe around that time as well. So I don't know which one I'll get first. You know, that just that depends. Um, you'll also be pleased to know that since we've been to Desolace and have been around this graveyard, we actually now have some grave moss with which to use the shadow oil. We do have some fade leaf, although that's in the bank. So I'll be able to try that out too. It just seems like it's many levels late. Yeah. Yes, but also I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but where is it? Elixir of Firepower works to increase both Dragon's Breath chili damage and the Oil of Immolation damage. Do I have Oil of Immolation yet? I might not have it yet. Yeah, I can learn it now. I should learn and craft the superior healing potions too. But I don't know how much that extra fire damage actually benefits. Yes, I think Frost Oil is mostly used to cast the slowing effect, whereas the Shadow Bolt is mostly used for the damage effect. Because the Frost Oil says it casts Frostbolt, so I'm assuming that's not a particularly high rank Frostbolt, possibly even just level 1. Whereas the Shadow Oil specifically says, is it rank 3? Yeah, Shadow Bolt 3. So, I mean, with this weapon, 1.7 speed, I don't know if there's a massive cooldown. Was it like a 10-second cooldown or something on it being cast? I can't remember. Okay. Yeah. I mean, so the most important thing with the Shadow Oil essentially is getting as many hits in as possible so that you proc it as soon as possible and put it on cooldown. So that the cooldown ends as soon as possible. And repeating, I guess. Again, Shadow Oil on a slow two-handed weapon sounds terrible. So I would only want to really test it out on dual wield. The other interesting question, of course, is if you have Shadow Oil on both these weapons and Shadow Oil procs, do they share the internal cooldown, or is it two separate cooldowns? Because the materials to make the Shadow Oil, like I said, are a massive pain. So I wouldn't want to slap it on wastefully. Oh, you really can't walk around that way. Okay. I would imagine that it would be the same cooldown, so you'd probably want Frost Oil on one and Shadow Oil on the other, if you were going to be applying weapon oils like that. I need to take a couple of minutes AFK. I've got to sort out some washing. I'll be back very shortly, but
Hail. We shall meet.
Okay, back again. That's nice and sorted out. We'll hand this question up here. Now we'll check to see Karen is there or... Interesting. So they're all separate internal cooldowns. Okay. So the frost oil doesn't work like that either. Oh, but you said that that can proc off any hit, so it's not an issue. Yeah, the only other question then is what does shadow oil share application with? So what I mean by that is it knocked off by like rogue poisons or
What's up?
um
Be good. Have a good one.
like wind fury or you know, other things that can be applied. Ooh, our first neck. So taking me knocked off by spell damage. Yeah, so like you mean like the wizard oils and stuff. Oh, you think it scales with spell damage? All right. Yeah, I'm not sure how viable that would make it. So incoming is a cloth-geared warrior with maximum spell damage, shadow oil on super fast weapon sets, and they'd need multiple weapon sets so that whenever the shadows procced, they could swap to the next weapons and proc those, and swap to the next weapons and proc those. Although that would trigger weapon swing timer cooldowns actually. So it probably wouldn't work for the same reason that dual wielding and then swapping to overpower crits wouldn't work. Or rather doesn't work and stopped being a thing. I'm just going to see if the caravan escort is over here or not. If it is, we'll grab it and do it. If it's not, well... yeah, it's probably in the south. Now we get the super fun task, of course, of swimming once again for a quest. Now, it will certainly be nice to try it out and see how much of an impact it has. What I think it would be is hilarious if it did more damage than like the overpower and deep wounds contributed. That would be super funny. Because then you're in a case of why spec arms when you can put shadow oil on your gear? Nope, giant. But I mean, it's true though, you know? True. What's the... it only requires level 24 to use. Much harder to get the reagents and materials to actually make it. So if you're thinking about doing twink stuff, it's available much sooner. Treasure quest. That should be tracked. That should be tracked. I mean, to me, it just sounds like it's worthwhile doing, you know? Right. Our potions. Save the buff food for the island, I expect. Oh, really? Both of them? I don't know why they don't do it either. I mean, it's all crafted, so it's all purchasable, you know? And people use like the engineering grenades like all the time, right? Well, I mean, if you look at how much damage an engineering grenade does, it like the immolation does more than a lot of them. But you can use the engineering grenade. Sorry, you can use it as well as an engineering grenade. I mean, it does require you be in melee, so obviously some classes wouldn't want to use that in a lot of situations. Myrmidons, Nagas, Sorcerers. Um, yeah. I for whatever reason, like the oil of immolation just doesn't see. Like, I get some things are fire immune, and you wouldn't want to necessarily use it all the time because it is AoE damage, and if you were fighting near other things, you might pull them as well. I mean, I think that's the same with grenades. It's just perhaps easier to forget that you've got the oil active. But surely you'd get used to using it, right? I mean, it's also something that DPS should be able to just use as well, right? Oh, nice. Oracle Stone first mob. Okay. Well, I mean, if you think of a situation where, like, tank charges in, you've got whatever melee there are all using it as well. Like, the tank has increased threat gain stuff, right? And if they're using Oil of Immolation and the DPS using Oil of Immolation, that balances out. And because everything's taking the same or similar damage from everyone, right? It's just extra damage. The only thing that you would have to be mindful and careful of course, is breaking crowd control. So you wouldn't want to be too close to sheeped or trapped targets. We need 1 Myrmidon, 2 Naga, 3 sorcery. And we can claim the treasure. Okay. There's a Myrmidon. Probably go to the island, actually. With how quickly we're finding the things we need. I wonder if we can do... We should be able to do Portals of the Legion. Okay, that's a terrible shield. Onto... Oh no, get both. Fine. Don't need to choose. our food buff. Oracle and Sorceress to clear. I'll clear the extra Myrmidon. Then we'll do the 2 sorceresses. And then we can hunt the Naga on the way back. Normally, with this quest, you spend a lot more time underwater. I feel as though the water breathing potion's slightly been wasted. Bandage, so we will eat. And we can use the quest item. Just 2 Naga find on the way back, and they're near the shore anyway. And the remaining 2 quests, the Portals of the Legion and the Ghostoplasm, sort of happen in the Southern Desolace. So around here and here. So we've got a bit of a trip, and we'll have a hand in Shadowprey Village. 1. Two. So we'll do two things. We'll obviously hand in the quest there, and then I think we'll use the remaining water breathing time. We've got to go south anyway, so it's going to make the most sense to use the water breathing to get more strangle kelp.
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, I take these, but
Light bless you.
yeah, we come down, hand this in, I think, or caravan should be northerly now, and we are northerly. As much as I'd like to, to actually make use of the water breathing potion and swim down, I think it actually makes more sense. Come this way, and to get the caravan to buy any outstanding cooking recipes, to sell junk, and then to go south and hand stuff in. So gold and a half in stuff to tender anyway. We all we need is just over 40 gold by the time we hit 40. Even the stuff that we can buy at 40. Obviously, we want to unlock plate when we can use it. But none of the rest of this is actually really worthwhile. It's kind of crazy how much of the kit actually kind of worthless and useless for efficiency. How much you don't use, or you're spending 2 gold for +5 damage on an ability that essentially you don't even use. This is interesting. Oh, for what I was talking about leveling things. So, Cleave, for example, currently 20 rage, extra attack, with bonus 5 damage to nearest ally, right? Cleave rank 2, 1 gold 20. Exactly the same, but 10 damage to the nearest ally as a bonus. So you're spending a gold for +5. And then Cleave rank 3, 2 gold 20, plus 8 damage as a bonus over Cleave rank 2. So that would be 3 gold 40. For what? How often do I cleave? Like literally the only time I cleave is if I'm in a dungeon group and the impatient people that I'm with won't stop to let me sunder multiple mobs, so I have to charge in and cleave so that I've got some stability. Like, yes, it is better than the previous rank, but I, is it 3 gold better? And things like shield bash are also much the same. It still interrupts. It still prevents the school from being cast for 6 seconds. It still costs 10 rage. It's still a 12-second cooldown. But instead of 6 damage when it hits, it does 18. You know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly the same sort of thing as Frost Nova. And because you're only using Frost Nova for control and not damage, it doesn't ever make sense to use anything above rank 1. It's just pointless. It's just wasteful. But I mean, all of that kind of lets you save up. You just don't need any of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60, 7, 8, 40, 9, 80, 10, 11, 20, 12, 60, 14, 40, 16 gold, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 80. Okay. So all of that comes to about 3280. And in my bags I've got 37 gold 60. Which if I trained alchemy appropriately, it would leave me with about what it would cost to train my skills. At higher ranks, having the rage cost, I don't think ever changes. The only thing that changes rage cost is things like talents, like improved sunder, which reduces the rage cost. But otherwise, the rage cost of everything just remains the same.
That better be good. Victory for Sylvanas. Lokar, go forth to victory.
Right. Guess really we now go up to where the caravan will be, so that we can be present for when it goes south. I'm sure it won't be here yet. Right, it'll still be meandering along the road. Don't know how quickly it takes to travel from south to north. But I mean, we passed it here, and then we went here and a run up here, and there's no sign of it yet. What does this caravan do? It didn't seem to be travelling that slowly when we passed it before. Like, we passed it here and we've run, what, 3/4 of the circle back again? Does it stop here for a while or something? Before it moves on? Ooh. There it is. Oh, Mock Crash. They try and solo it. So the caravan is running at pace. It must stop at the caravan station or something. Because like its run speed is too far behind ours. And yet, like, we passed it here and we've gone all the way around there. So it must go slower somewhere. I mean, so that the giant they're talking about, Mock Crush, it is soloable. It can be done. But you, as a warrior, you have to throwing weapon kite it around the rock on top of the hill, I believe. Because otherwise it does far too much damage and you die super fast. Ugh. Right. I know. Well, I've thrown weapon kited on a rogue before. It's the same thing. You hamstring it, and then you run away and attack it with throwing weapons. You specifically use the rock at the top of the hill because it increases the amount of pathing that it has to go through. That's the doorbell. I need to go and answer that quickly. Question now, of course, is how long does this caravan take to shift? Just checking how long after arriving the caravan leaves again. Because there's an escort quest to the south. Like here, down, and there's another one here, up. And we are done with questing in the north, so it's potentially better to simply wait for the caravan to leave and to take the quest than it is to run off elsewhere and miss it. But if I know like how long it takes, then at least I can farm some stuff in between. And it suggested it takes about 10 minutes. So we stay around here and like farm some of the basilisks and swoops. Then we'll see it when it departs. Because of course view distance isn't great enough for you to see that it's actually still right there. But it got there roughly when there was 20 minutes left on our buffs. So we'll, if we kill stuff until that's ticked down a bit, about 10 minutes left, then we should be in the right spot. Oh no. Why do they do this to me? Cool. Right. We'll go do the corruptor. It's a priest wanting help, so we can tank, they can heal. All's gonna be fine. I was just gonna farm, but I'd rather get the corruptor done than wait for the escort. I can always come back here and hope that the escort hasn't happened yet. We'll see. I can solo this on my warlock, so as a 2-man with a healer, it'll be fine. Oh, I mean, at least this is more interesting than simply waiting for the caravan to leave. There is that. Whether we'll miss the caravan, however, remains to be seen. This isn't too far away, so could be alright. I can do some portals as well. I've got the journal chasing it. Right, back again. That's out. It sounded like there was something at the door again, but it was builders next door making a horrific noise getting a delivery inside. I can't see the elite. There he is. Easy to fight spot. Just did that. Interesting. Nice and simple. I'm going to try and get back up for the escort. So I don't want to miss the escort if I can help it. It would be annoying to have... It doesn't wait all that long. Wondering what angle we can get up there at. Because we don't want to go take the long route corner. We can probably go up this way, can't we? Looks like. No. Oh, somebody else did the escort. No. Oh, that's annoying. The ambushes don't spawn. I mean, you can try layering. Yeah, good idea. I'll run up to where it would be, and we'll try swapping. Well, we were on 4. Not here on 5. Yeah. Try don't know if we'll have too much of a cooldown. The layer hop initial cooldown isn't meant to be too high. Oh, there we are. Layer 1. Yeah. 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 Oh, okay. Got them. Yeah. Go on then. Invite. Invite. Oh. I don't know how quick swapping will be, that's the only thing. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. You have to Alt F4, don't you, in order for it to do that? So the screen will be black for a moment. No, it has to be Alt F4. Okay. Like the Alt F4 like resets it, whereas regular logging off like maintains your layer, I think. Yes, we just accepted it. Is he pulling these? They're level 30. They're not going to aggro. No, the caravan's like level 38, 35. It's not going to aggro a level 30 mob from all the way over here. There's kind of no need to be fighting them. It just makes the quest take longer for killing one thing. If we do the portals once we've done this, then we might be able to do the escort north as well. Should be helpful. The escort north is actually harder because it's Manarok Coven demon mobs, so it's like level 38. It should take roughly the same amount of time, like do the portals quest, and then like do the escort. We can hand in the corruptor in between, and yeah. Oh, I know it looks like the priest isn't doing anything, but bear in mind this is still in overall data, not current. There we go. Unsurprisingly, they did more than me. Which is what I was expecting to see. Excellent. What are they doing? I am exceedingly puzzled why they're running through everything. Oh, they said they had a hand in over by the Magrum or something. That's fine. Oh, we've got a couple of extra portals to do than they do anyway. So they can hand that in. We'll go over here. The wildlife doesn't even attack it, it just runs straight through. They stop. Do they stop here though? Something delays them. Don't know what.
Yo! Hurry back!
So this should get us 39 anyway, pretty soon. Ooh. We'll have 3, maybe 4 quests to hand in. I wonder if they've done Ghostoplasm as well. They didn't have the quest. So, Aaron's going portals. Expensive to level. Only expensive to level engineering if you buy everything and are impatient. Okay. Another easy portal there. We got the life fruit. And Moria trying to kill Fizzle. Level 10, sorry, 12 and heals massively. You don't do that. Not at level 10. As a warrior, anyway. Other classes might be able to. Um, mm, There are two recipes that are using mystery meat. Where are they? One's that sells for 3, and you have to buy that for an absurd amount. And the other one only uses hot spices and also sells for 3. So we'll be using the hot spices recipe. And buzzard wing. Check there's nothing we missed purchasing. Nope, fine. That we can cook as well. Life fruit. Oh, right. They just went again as another mage with the same name. Okay. It is actually close to leaving time for the caravan. I think. Um, well, I don't know how long it will be, but they don't. It's not a hugely long wait. We bought the combat scrolls as well. Well, yeah, when we've done this escort, we'll be able to go back and in the Corruptor, come back to Shadow Prey, and in the remaining 2 quests. Hello. I'd rather see when they're moving. Yeah. There are 6 herb spawns. And none of them are. No. No. Is hmm? What? Deep into? What? Yeah, okay. Oh, Core is great. just seems to attract a different demographic. Right, so I guess we go and get this Ghostoplasm done, and then that will be pretty much zone over. Yeah, that shield was terrible. The gun is slow.
Keep it real.
Ghostoplasm is super easy. A lot of people make it super hard and die to it, but we'll not be doing that. Blood. Don't need King's blood. Wait for them because the area is equal level mobs, so it is to be respected. Um, Might be somebody else doing it as well. Can't think of any other reason to be here. They're a human. Kill the Necromancer because it patrols. Is annoying. Then we go to the safe spot. And then we put down safe spots here. Then we've got box. And then they appear. We pull them while they're neutral. And it's super easy. That's a hostile one, but it's not too close to the others. That'll solo. Yeah, he's pulling off me with Mind Blast. Oh, hey, Dane. How are you? Yeah, we're just finishing off the last bits of Desolace. Been quite a nice bit of progress today. About to hit 39, which feels nice. There's only that should be fine to pull. Yep, don't even get 2. Just sort of explaining how to do a quest that a lot of people die to. A lot of people will come here solo or duo. Sometimes they'll even put like 2 of these things down so you get double the mobs spawning. And they'll pull from this pack of hostiles. And they'll end up fighting 3 or 4, and then they'll get a respawn on top of them. Or a patrol. And it'll all go sideways. But when they've been hostile for a little while, they do despawn. So they thin out again. And pull the neutral. And I'll replace the box. That one's okay, I think. Far enough from the others. Just. Necromancer's spawned again. An annoying patrol sometimes. That one. Need one more. And we're done. We can go and hand all these in. Get 39. Be one step closer to. No, don't run and pull everything. Don't be impatient running out of here. No, just... Yeah. Just kill it. Oh, we can run out. And then you see them chain pull because of the narrow pathway. Just kill it properly. Because you've got to run through all of this. Can't avoid it. At equal level, you go too close, and you end up fighting them anyway. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. It's so... He's out of mana. He's got 5 mobs on him. It's so needlessly and pointlessly dangerous. It's pointless. Just why was I mean, you're literally with... And that is exactly what will get you killed. Yep. It's insane to me. Like you know that the mobs are equal level to you. You know that it's a really narrow path, and if you try and run through them, like the shackle's going to wear off, and it's still going to chase you, and it's still going to catch up with you, and it's going to hit you along with all of the other mobs that are still hitting you. It's just a way to die. Yes. You- I mean, if he'd got dazed, and or the leash had been extended, he was probably dead there. Um, like, you can predict it. I've seen so many clips of people either dying on the Ghostoplasm part, or they complete it and then they run out because they think they're fine and they think they can escape, but they're not. No, but if when people get dazed, they're more likely to panic, press a button, like say Psychic Scream to fear, and that would extend the leash. A lot of people don't have the control to hold off on the extra ability and just keep running, even though they're getting lower and lower and lower health.
Greetings. We shall meet.
It's so silly, and all you have to do is kill 4 mobs. Poor thing, they die super fast. Probably not. I wouldn't be surprised if they died at some point before 60.
Strength. Looking for something special?
Yeah, it is. It is exactly. It's hard enough when you're playing carefully. But I mean, he ran through an aggroed. I mean, I can see the logic initially. You think, oh, I've got shackle. We'll just shackle and run past it. But you've got the first undead, and then you've got the necromancer, and then you've got the undead number 2 and 3 and 4 in the pathway, and then you've got another 2 undead right at the entrance. And like, people don't think about what they're running through. They don't think about what's at the end of the path and how much is going to be on them. They just think, oh, we'll just shackle the first one and run. It's fine. And then they end up with 6 skeletons and a caster. Well, I mean, I did try and tell them after the fact that, like, if they get dazed there, it was such low mana and such low health that they're just dead. And they did agree with that. Whether that will change how they play in the future, I don't know. But I don't know why you would put yourself in that situation in the first place when it's predictable. It's not like you're doing that and you're 6 levels above what you're fighting. They're equal level. Like, equal level mobs are dangerous to you.
Glad I could help. Keep it real.
And yeah, and you know that, and there's good reason. Oh, oh, what's done is done. We'll take our final pointless damage talent. Yes. Well, I mean, those skeletons are, if I'm fighting them without the priest there, one at a time, they're a challenge. I wouldn't go and do Ghostoplasm there solo as a warrior. Or if I did, it would take me a very long time, and it would take me much slow clearing. But I think it would feel a bit too dodgy. But and also when we're like, once we were in combat and I can't charge anymore, I don't have intercept yet. When did we get intercept even? That's not too far. 42. I couldn't reach him. I couldn't like charge to him and challenging shout to get things off him. It was either the mobs unleash from him or he dies. Unfortunately, he lived, but I think it was very close to being much worse. He might have done. I mean, I would have simply said what I said to him before he tried to run through everything.
Greetings,
Don't do it.
traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
know, and that's all I can say is I said don't, and you did it anyway. Literally nothing more I can do about that.
Hey there. Talkie talkie. Who you be? Lita.
And so that is the end. Dessolus. Next thing we need to look at is where to go after. So we've got a quest to hand in. Gosh, almost time for Feralas. Almost time for Alderman. We're kind of suited to parts of Dustwallow Marsh. That's something. We've got the last bit of Shimmering Flats to do. I'll be tanking, so I would do Alderman 47 because the last boss is 47 and Alderman is a death trap. So I wouldn't be wanting to go there before that, really. One of the other, like the last boss is a danger, of course, but you've also got the Ancient Stonekeeper, and although the boss isn't a massively high level, you want to be a higher level tank ideally for like pulling the packs out separately so that they don't chain pull, and that's based on your level versus theirs as far as aggro range is concerned. So yeah, we've kind of got Dustwallow Marsh a little, and the last bit of Shimmering Flat. And then what things? I think this is higher level stuff. Arathi's higher, and we want to do the Badlands run at some point soon. And we might be able to do like Alderman pre-quests, like the outside outer world stuff. That might be worth doing. Well, the majority of this is higher level stuff as well. Yeah, that's higher. And then we've got more in Stranglethorn Vale. That's for Dronkron Goal. What level do I think it's safe to do the Artisan Fishing Quest? So the creatures around Nat Pagal are like level 41 to 43. So you want to be able to either kill those or avoid those safely. So that's going to change by class. As a warrior, I'd probably go there maybe 44, 45. If it was just to do the fishing quest. And then, of course, you've got to travel to different places in order to fish. Paralas is relatively easy to travel through, I think. That's one of the spots. I'm trying to remember what the other fishing spots are. Yeah. So rather than fly anywhere, I think it's probably best if we Hearthstone. I can't remember the other fishing spots, but certainly as far as picking up the quest is concerned, I'd say 43-ish. Some classes might prefer to be a higher level than that. Yeah, Stranglethorn Vale's nice and easy. Swamp of Sorrows, you might want to be... Desolace is fine. Depending on where it is in Swamp of Sorrows, you might want to be a higher level. I can't remember. Is it in the central pool? In which case you might be okay at... Yeah. Yeah, probably 43, 44, depending on class. Hardcore, anyway. I mean, like, if you were playing classic standard, then you could do it earlier. But right. Yeah, so we've got the parts of the swarm to do. If I was... If it was just the lower of the quest, I'd fly down to Sonaris and then run up. But we've got a quest to pick up on the way. So I'll... run from here. I want to grab that east coast of the swamp. Yeah, it's probably fine still. The only annoying mobs there really are the shadowy stealth panthers. But I think even they're only 36, 38-ish. Yeah, we'll head into Shimmering Flats. The Solithid quest shouldn't be too bad now. You shouldn't be scared of Deadwind Pass. You can do that at super low level. As long as you stick to the road that goes straight through to the swamp, there's nothing of any danger at all. If you walk south, you'll encounter level 50 plus vultures. I mean, it's the equivalent of you're fine to be in Hillsbrad, but don't walk into the South Shore. or Tara Mill, depending on faction, you know? So you're fine to walk through, just don't go south into the vultures. And then you're fine. I don't think many people do walk into the vultures, but a lot of people do walk into the South Shore. And they should know better.
Sub for the Horde.
We'll grab the encrusted tailfins quest while we're at it, as we will be going to Stranglethorn Vale. What's the other missing parts quest? There are two of them that go to the same location. One of them's from here that goes into Dustwallow Marsh. Razoric's tweaking. And that gets a Lost Order. But there's another Lost Order quest from the same Zeppelin crash, and I can't remember what it is. Like they're both the packages you get around here.
Hey, be seeing you.
Is it a quest line from Searing Gorge? Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to help them. They're level 34. They're going to be aggroing everything. I mean, I would. Like if we drag the drone over here, it's not going to do anything. Shouldn't do anything as far as attracting more is concerned. But if we did the same thing at level 34, yeah, I don't. Like it's him going into these tiles would be like mega sketchy. Like we can pull the drone back because I can't see what's around the corner. But we get two when, like with normal mobs, there is no way we'd normally get two there. Like the aggro range is that huge. Like if they try and do the tunnel or somewhere around the dig site, they're gonna pull everything. And that's why I have avoided it for as long as I have, because I know what it's going to do. So if this was him, that would have aggroed by now. Like this quest is not a joke. And it did aggro in the end. But the aggro range on these drones, if I came here at 34 and I attacked something in the open dig site, I would probably pull about 5 or 6 of them from miles away. I mean, you see that just pulled 3. It's like a hive mind thing. These particular Silithid have a huge. I mean, what? What's? I don't know why he's doing that. Okay. But you see how dangerous that pull is, right? Um, um, and it's the drones like call for help. That's the big AOE thing. The searchers and invaders are less bad. Like if you're attacking one of them, you'll still aggro like the drones. But only ones that are really nearby. But then those drones will obviously then pull more from much further away. Well, okay then. And that's a useless weapon for me, but cool. Well, I can vendor it for 80 silver. or it can sit in my bank until level 60. But yeah, if you think that that bow shot here was into a level, was it 33 mob? 34 maybe? And it pulled the other two. You think what we were fighting and pulling in Desolus, that was much closer in proximity to that. And you know, we pulled nothing. Like you can walk past them, but here it's you know, we're this much above. Six levels higher. Yes, yes. Some of those pulls were very close to aggroing. I was probably being a little bit closer to the line than I should be in regard to fighting them. It's very easy to pull the whole pack of 5. No, I don't know why I charged that one. Never mind, we're killing an extra drone. Yeah, this is not a quest that you do at like level appropriate. There was a warrior in the guild, I forget how long ago, like a month ago or so, and they came to do this with Whirlwind Axe, and they died. And they were doing it as a level appropriate quest with the Whirlwind Axe. They just got swarmed by so much stuff. The biggest mistake is people sort of wander around and go, oh, everything's fine. You know, I'll just jump down here and attack this one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They just get lured in by the yellow neutral nature of the mobs. And the first thing that they find out is, oh, hang on, they all aggro. Yep. And now you're in the middle of a dig site, and you've got to run all the way around here and up this ramp to get out again, past another 4 or 5. So now you've got 12 things attacking you. Yes. Well, it's not social aggro. Like, so when you talk about social aggro, what that means is you're fighting something and you run away, or it runs away, and it runs too close to something, and it aggroes the other mob for you. This is call for help mechanics. You're fighting them, and they send out a pulse that says, help me if you're near. But that pulse for these is gigantic, because they're like insect hive mind, whatever, you know? Yeah. Except I don't think that these send out a message. I don't think it says it calls for help. Like the blue raptors, you hear them call, right? And so it tells you in chat they call for help. Like send some centaur when you're fighting them, you'll see, and it calls for help. But I'm assuming because these are like hive mindy, like they don't make any obvious sign, so things just come. I'll see what I can drag out for him. That's the best I can do. Now, he's already in a group, so... We've had another invader spawn here. That's fine. Yeah, I think the part of it that makes it confusing is for people is that there isn't a like there isn't that announced call for help. It just happens. Yeah, some classes have it easier than others, but I still would never go there and try and do that quest at level 34. When you're fighting things that are equal or higher than you, that's it's just a bit too risky given the call to help range. It just is. It's mostly when you like, the invaders only appear in that underground tunnel. So like it's you have to go there or nothing. But if I was five levels lower, I'm sure I would simply just pull the entire tunnel in one go.
Go forth to victory.
Okay. So we can go. We can go back up to the crossroads, I think. Or yeah, go to the crossroads, hand in, answer the swarm to get this nonsense out of our bags. That'll the rest of those disappear with the quest hand in, apart from one thing to be destroyed. Yeah. Swallow Marsh quests would be fine. And after we've done ones that are suitable for us there, we'll be able to head off back to Stranglethorn Vale, I think. Actually, I can price check Zealot Blade. See how much it is actually worth keeping. Oh, it's not terrible. Yeah.
Greetings. Goodbye. How may I aid you? We shall.
Yeah, so I'll hand stuffing in Crossroads first. Just make, because one quest takes up 4 black bag slots. Otherwise I'd keep it around and hand it in later. And 80 silver. The Zealot Blade vendors for. Oh, actually 81. So I mean it's kind of worth hanging on to for sells for 11 or 12 gold. So Actually a 10 gold profit, which isn't nothing. Although I will say, if it got to a point where selling it would allow me to afford something that I really, really, really needed at the time, I would vendor it in a heartbeat. Because it's just not worth that much. There's always the chance you die before 60 anyway, so... Yes, I'm still very much planning on buying dual spec. So I want to try out Arms and Mortal Strike at 40. And I want to compare it directly with Fury. I think having dual spec would greatly assist in making a video regarding that. But ultimately, I kind of want to... If what I suspect is true, then I probably will want to go Fury and a protection spec, because I like prop when it's actually prop. And people say Fury prop is optimal for tanking, because it's got lots of threat and stuff. And they go like 20 points in protection for like the improved Sunder and Taunt or whatever. But I think like the last levels provide a lot of tanking tools that you give up. So you lose concussion blow, for example, which is quite huge, really. It's a big cooldown, but it's super nice for controlling a fight. And improved shield wall, again, 6 extra seconds on shield wall is massive from the point of view of tanking like big packs with high damage. Improved shield bash is it's situational. You already lock one school, so it's only useful if they've got spells from other schools to cast. The one hand weapon specialization, again, it offsets the fact that you've got a shield. And then of course you've got shield slam. So you can do both. Both would apply. So that would be a 10% damage increase, and that would be increased damage for your offhand. Yeah, both would apply. If you did that though, you wouldn't be able to get enrage at all. And it would depend on enrage's uptime as to whether that was worthwhile or not, as to which would be better out of those two.
Greetings, man. Be seeing ya. Spirits be with ya, man. away from the voodoo.
Another let's go to Orgrimmar quest. I've got 2 of those now, don't I? That's handed in Orgrimmar. That's handed in Orgrimmar.
Lokar, go with
And we do have slightly more than 40 gold now, so I'm just going to consider if there's anything that's actually worth buying. Although it wouldn't be used very often, it might be worth getting execute. Maybe. More for dealing with like running mobs than anything else. Ah, yeah, I can get pummel. Oh, that requires Berserker.
Mokra. May your blades never dull.
I've been using a shield tanking crash mobs already. Like the extra armor that you get, it is. I know you're not outputting as much damage, but like the goes from 35 to 45 damage reduction. That's 10% DR for putting on a shield.
Mokra.
And what do you think that does to healing stability, you know?
For the Horde!
I know Fury obviously does more damage, but yeah, exactly. That's the point. It's when pulls go wrong. But it's also what leads up to the pull going wrong. If your healer needed to use fewer resources at that point as well, then when it does go wrong, it's much less wrong already than given what's already happened, you know?
What can I help you with? Go forth to victory.
I think people, like, they focus on how much damage you're outputting as a tank. And like, yes, things die faster when you're Fury tanking. And that also has an impact on the overall damage the group takes. Yeah, yeah. So it's like for certain content, I think it's fine. I think Fury tanking is absolutely fine. So like lower level dungeons, even lower level dungeons and dungeons that you kind of outgear once you get towards the end game. That makes sense because you've already overcome the gear check, so you're much more able to sort of spam through stuff. But I wouldn't want to see Fury tanks in more awkward situations. I'd rather see a tank with a shield at that point. And like the Fury tank can put on a shield and will still have like the Fury prop build does take shield spec. So they'll still have that, and that's fine. And like you don't get any extra shield defensives or armor based defensives like in the later part of the protection tree. So like I get that, you know, that's still fine. You do miss out on improved shield wall, but that's not necessarily everything. But I mean, to me, it's about all of the. If you're talking about a raid environment and you're talking about 40 people, the tank being Fury or not, the extra damage that they're putting out, how much extra is that relevant versus how much easier would tank healing be if they had a shield on?
What do you need? Double.
The only thing I don't know about as far as that is concerned is does the extra damage that the Fury tank is putting out, does that allow other warriors to do more DPS because of the additional threat generated? Like that might have an impact.
For the Horde, go with honor.
Well, I mean, when you're raid healing, intelligence is, I think, is still a primary stat. If you're tank healing, certainly. Like spirit is on your gear and is certainly a nice to have, but it's like it's not a um. I think it comes secondary to int. I already checked that. No, I think it's Goldthorn that we really, really, really want.
Strength and honor. Go with honor. Fight well, friend.
Um, should stop at the bank while we're here. Sort out herbs, etc. Yes, absolutely. In a 5-man, it would be much more impactful having the extra DPS potentially. Whereas 40, well, you've got a certain number of healers and then you've got a lot of DPS.
Strength and honor.
Um, yep. Why not make more of those? Leaf, shadow oil. 3 of these. Yes, I would agree with that. I see. I don't know how much rotational downtime priests get if they're healing the main tank in raids. Like I don't know if they are permitted like time off a rotation in order to regen. Um, the shadow oil. Even got a skill point out of it. What do you know? Other things need lots and lots of gold thorn.
victory.
I hate it when the bank does that. So sometimes when you put something in the bank, the square stays looking like it's blank. And I was trying to find where the extra fade leaf had gone, but of course it was here. It just wasn't visible. Um, that. mm, I mean, it might be an add-on that I'm using. I don't know. But it has happened a few times. Weird. I was going to say I was going to go on level. Actually, I can go and learn some alchemy recipes before doing anything else. Hearthstone resets in 8 minutes, so I wasn't going to, but I think we'll go to Undercity. We'll think about training whatever alchemy recipe here is useful for leveling. And so yeah, we want superior healing potions. That would be super nice. Pardon the pun, realised. Oil of immolation, because we'll be able to farm that stuff soon, I guess. Greater water breathing, maybe. And I think that's all that we can learn, because restorative's taught through a quest. And it's all transmutes and other nonsense. He's died again? What? What did I miss? What did he die to? Yeah. No, greater water breathing, superior healing, oil inhalation. That's what I'm considering anyway. Any more gold thorn? Okay, not the water, not the greater water breathing. Oh, that needs sungrass. Okay. Well, we'll learn it because we need it. We don't have any sungrass yet. That hinterlands start to get sungrass. That's, yeah. And as you get higher, you get more stuff, right? Yep. They're asking for dungeon already in progress. Okay. Okay. Now, like I could do Razor Fen Downs, but I think I'd prefer to be 40 for that. So, I'm gonna train the Oil of Illumination because I do want it. And the Spirit Potion. Is Greater Mana Potion worth for filling up with? Probably not. Probably. So, this would seem useful, but it needs Ichor of Undeath to craft, which is possibly awkward to obtain. We would need to kill undead things to obtain it. And the Elixir of Water Breathing normally takes black mirth oil, which is much more easily fishable. Stick for that. And then I think we can path to Ruin Post and say at that point that I absolutely need to go and sort out some food because I am starving. So we'll be back a little later for part 2.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace.
So for now, I will say thank you very much for watching, and I will see you soon next time.